Hello. How is everyone doing today? I just redeemed one of the airplane things, thinking I could get in on the fun, and then I realized I need to have the browser source open to actually interact with it, and I'm too lazy to change tabs. So I guess I'm just holding on to one of those now. What I'm gonna do with that, who knows? Well done, thank you. I try. Okay, that just means we're off to a good start today. We're very on brand. Ooh, man, I actually had lunch today, and I am so full. Gonna be a very sleepy stream. I'm gonna pass out halfway through. I'm calling it now. It's gonna be very good. Yeah, it's actually really annoying because I have to go through and not only have the stream manager open, but I also need to go and have another window open to the regular channel view if I want to use any of the shit that I have. That's really confusing. Why is it like that? Why can't I just have a plugin? Why not just make a little button that I can press? Cry about it? I am crying about it. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? I am exercising my right to whinge. Mushrooms to suck it up, Gramps. Well, shit, if I knew this was the price I had to pay, I don't know if I would have gotten into this. You're telling me I can't redeem my own shit with zero efforts? The fuck is this? It's bullshit. Bullshit, I tell you. Womp womp. uh, okay. Let's actually get started here because I want to get another emote done because I did the first one and I'm not super happy with it, but we're getting there. L plus ratio plus no one asked. Oh my god. Literally the most zoomer shit I have heard in weeks. Bravo. Ugh. But yeah, no, I like the emote. It's fun. It's a little scuffed still, but in I don't know, a vaguely charming way, so I'm kind of okay with it. Gen Z and Zoomers are not the same, thank you. They literally are though? They literally are. That's why they're called Zoomers, is because they're Gen Z. That's how that worked. Your emote just directed me my Coda site, by the way. Oh no, too bad. Also no? Okay, well feel free to correct me since you're obviously the expert here. Because apparently the Z stands for some different mysterious thing and not Zoomer. What do you mean I don't get to talk about generations? I am not 3 millennia old. Alright? That's not how that works. I know I'm old, but I'm not that old. Also, it is very explicitly the job of old people to bitch and moan about the young people. That's literally what I'm here for. If you're not giving me that, I might as well just keel over. Just roll me into an old folks home. You're Gen Z. Just saying, I am technically a Zoomer, but I feel like I'm more of a boomer in spirit, but a millennial in practice. You know, we're a little all over the place, is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like with how often I bitch and moan about shit, I feel like I should be an honorary boomer. You're 1 foot in the grave. That's about it. Uh huh. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's go with that. Like I said, just like wheel me off into an old folks' home somewhere. I'll just go and like flirt with the attendants until one of them decides to poison me. Lamau, nah, not spending that kind of money on me. What? Why not? Come on. You've already dropped like 2 subs in here. What's another like $2,000 a month to put me in a home? Like you're basically there anyway. Like, come on. You know how much plat that would be? Oh yeah, that's true. With how we were coming up, you know what? No, that's fine. You could buy a lot of cosmetics for that much. That's true. You can get a lot of Warframe stuff for that. That's fair. I would probably do the same thing. I pay for some motherfucker's school and insurance, and no thanks. Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of your fault that you're so responsible. Really, if you think about it. And I need to look at my tablet sensitivity. Something's like very weird here. And like weird, like non like sensitive things. It's weird. I don't like it. Hold on. This was kind of bothering me yesterday, but I thought it was just me. I thought I was just like doing stuff wrong, which is still like possible. Just pressure sensitivity. We reset that. That. Leave that there. Do that. There we go. Not sure responsible is the right word for this financial suffering. Well, it was definitely a decision. Hmm. Okay, hold on. I don't know. about this. This is still acting weird. I don't know what the issue is. It's just kind of getting worse now. Maybe the styles is just having a fit. Oh well. Whatever. Mozzarella your stick? Well, joke's on you. I don't actually like mozzarella sticks. So you can go right ahead. Your threats mean nothing to me. Jail. 100 lifetimes jail. Mozzarella sticks aren't even that good. Like, they're just greasy logs of cheese. Like, I would rather just eat the mozzarella. Like, it's just better before you deep fry it. They're literally heaven. I don't know about that one. The only deep fried food that I like really like is onion rings. Everything else is mid. We fall downstairs. Rude. I'm sorry you like mid deep fried food. Okay, I'm really not liking this. Why am I getting like a max sensitivity dot when I put the pen down like 80% of the time? That is making things very annoying to use. Let me switch to like another pen. How are we? This is huge. Why am I getting like thin lines on that? Hmm. Hold on. Open my settings. I am going to fight with this for like an hour. I can already tell. Where the hell is it? I already forget. It's somewhere in the settings. Should be in here. Tablet. Using tablet surface. That was if I do tablet PC. How does that do? Eh. Feels like a little different. Doesn't really solve the problem so much, though. Hmm. Ah, this play Blood Gulch Blues, eh? All right, fine. I think I still have it in the in the playlist from yesterday. Hold on. Is it still in here? Oh, no. He's gone. YouTube decided to nuke it. Blood Gulch Blues. Play next. Excuse me. There we go. How dare YouTube, right? The nerve. That's my job. It's not YouTube's job to piss you off. That's my job. Motherfucker's taking my job. I do prefer quality. Hmm. Let's see. Pen pressure should also be in here, right? Performance. Yeah, you can boot to disk there. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Ruler, we don't need to worry about. Canvas file, no. Conditions for drag, no. No, we don't care about that. Where is it? I always forget where all the settings are. It's probably like a separate, like, thing somewhere in here. Fonts, tab, main controller, no. Pen pressure settings. Literally the thing that says pen pressure. Alright. Draw freely on canvas with a pen. Yeah, that's... And we're getting that fucking dot at the start of the lines before it, like, tries to match the, pen width, which is really annoying. I'm on Clip Studio. I am bad enough as it is. Fuck it. That'll do. That'll be that'll be better at least, right? I hope. Maybe. Hmm. Why is it like that now? I hate everything about this. Is this like a specific like, tool setting? No, it's like there too. Hmm. Hello, Brain Dead. How are we doing today? Hopefully you're doing a little bit better. Still a lot of time till the convention, and the con goes 3 days, and you only have 2 cosplays for the time. Wonder if I could speedrun in a red versus blue full armor. I mean, that would be pretty tough, but you absolutely should. That would be rad as hell. Oh, okay. I'm about like 30 seconds away from just Googling this issue. This is really annoying me. I tried to get around it yesterday by using like a different brush, but the texture was throwing me off. Hold on. Let's do a quick little Google foo here. Let's see. I don't even know where the problem is. I think I remember having this issue in the other software I was using too. Hmm. Okay. People on the internet are saying it's the nib. I mean, I guess I've been using this nib for a while, so that's probably reasonable. Hold on. Let me swap out. Let me just reload my pen real quick. You're alright yesterday? Was your little brother's birthday, so you didn't draw anything since you went shopping and ate at a restaurant? I mean, hey, that sounds pretty fun to me. Nothing wrong with enjoying a day. Because you've never made a Halo suit and it's been done a million times. Yeah. You'd probably find a lot of tutorials and free files. That's true. Like, if you got enough time to like print out the materials and stuff, then like it's probably fine. Not sure if you had enough stuff to make one. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like that's gonna be a lot. Like if you're gonna like try and like 3D print the armor or whatever, that's gonna take a long time. It's gonna be a lot of filament. Meatloaf ruined your stomach. Oh no, that sucks. I'm not even sure if you have enough foam to even hand make it. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a lot. Like it takes a lot to make a whole suit of armor. I mean, like if you really wanted to half-ass it, you could just do like the helmet or something. Like, that would be cool at least. Printers are such dicks, so either I spend a whole roll to make one piece. Yeah, that is usually how it goes because like the first print is never gonna turn out the way you want it to, right? Always have to go and do the trial and error for like at least 3 prints And then it's gonna be like, oh well, I need to go and do this way, and I need to go and like do that. And even if it like turns out kind of okay, you still need to go and sand it, do all that stuff. Half-ass shit. It will be done if you do it. It will be done fully. Yeah, I can respect that. I'm too lazy for that shit, but I respect it. 90% completion and then spaghetti. Ah, story of my life. All right, here, hold on. I need to dip for just a second because I forgot I don't have a tool to take out my pen nibs down here. Because I just used my pocket knife, and my pocket knife is currently in another room. One sec, Wordle. Oh shit, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I wanted to do the Wordle today. This will be a good opportunity. You can have a head start. You can do it, and then by the time I get back, I'll go and do it for me. And then you can make fun of me again about how easy it is. All right, BRB. Whew. All right. I have returned. There we go. Now we're actually back. We got it. We got it figured out. What did I miss? Anything fun? Ooh, yeah, no, I've taken out the pen nib. Yeah, it's definitely worn down. That may very well be the issue. Oof. Yeah, it's like an eighth of an inch worn down. Wordle done? Alright, let's go break out the Wordle. Let's go expand our minds, man. Hold on, let me just test this out real quick. See eraser. Why is that on the eraser? Ooh. It's like a little bit better, but we're still getting that weird circle at the start. It was definitely past due for swapping out nibs on the old pen. I'm glad I did that anyway. Go and clean up my mess here, and then we can go and open up Wordle. All right, let's see how stupid we are today. You guys are ready for this? Lay. Oh, I don't want to log in. Go away. Okay, let's see. What do we start with? Let's go with plant. Plant's a good word. Ooh, this is less than helpful, but okay. We have T's, P's, and A's. Something like tamp. No? Hold on. No, that's not going to be it. Hmm. No, let's see. Stamp. No. I mean, I should have guessed that because the A is still in the spot there. Okay, but we know there's no S's or M's now, so that's something. That's some kind of progress. Okay, so it doesn't start or end with P, doesn't end with T, and A is not in the middle. Let's see here. No S, so it wouldn't be Solemn or anything like that. Not that that has a T in it. You don't like today's Steamdle? Okay. Then I am absolutely going to suffer. I'm looking forward to that now. That's going to be so much fun. Let's see. Let's try that in the second spot. Like, do something like tappy? No, not a word. Okay. Taped. Ooh, okay, we're getting close. We have TA. Doesn't end with P, so it's got to be something P with an E in there. Let's see. I imagine it ends PE then. Then what would be ending in that? Let's see here. Da, 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 da. Hmm. We are at that point again. I mean, is there any words like that? No, of course that's not a word. Let's see. Hmm. No, we already tried tape. That's not right. You still gonna get it this year or nah? No, I might just stall out and wait until next year. At least for tomorrow. Like we don't want to finish these too quickly because you can only do one of these a day, right? So we need to make sure that we get our content's worth. I'm completely blanking on words again. We know it doesn't end in P. So it's got to be something PE or EP something. Hmm. I need that. No. Hmm. I'm just throwing letters in now. Let's see. Because, like, knowing my luck, it is going to be something TAE. So then it would have to be TAP. TAEP. Hmm. Maybe if I just like throw in like a fake, like a bad suggestion word, we can like narrow things down a little bit. See, I need something that has like E at the end. This hurts to watch? Good. This is your suffering. Use tahine. I mean, that wouldn't be it. Also, not even a word, apparently, according to the New York Times. Let's see. Did taped. What will be another good, like, filler word here? I want something with an E either in the third place or in the last place. Think of letters that are common after A. There are a lot of letters that come after A. There are a few of those. You said common? What do you mean by common? A is like the most generic fucking vowel. E is, but sure. Okay, yeah. No, that's fair. E is much more. Use your brain? We've already established that I'm stupid. I don't know what more you want from me. I mean, I'm surprised I got yesterday's. Because curio was not a word that I was thinking. At least like the other day when I did one, like it just like pissed me off, but it was just because there was a bunch of words that were formed the same way and just started differently. Yeah, neither P or E are in third. That makes the most sense. So it has to end in PE. So we need TA something PE. Hi, NSC. We're just suffering over here. How are you doing? Letters common after A. What the fuck does that mean, B? Is this what you want? Is this what you're asking me for? Because at this point, I'm just gonna like go through and like go through the alphabet. You just ate strawberry rice. I've never had that, but that sounds really good. You'll feel even more stupid by the end of this? Yeah, no, that's exactly why I do this. Don't worry. Yeah, I've already tried that. That's definitely not it. Okay, I was about to get really upset if that was a word. Uh, hmm. To pay. Or taupe. Toupee is with an accent, so I guess that's taupe, like the color. Yeah, okay, yeah. Taupe like the color. Okay. I don't feel too bad about that. Can you seriously not think of what letter is commonly used with A? What the fuck do you mean? A and U is not like super common. Like it does like the two vowels do go together. Like occasionally you've got like taunt, taupe. That's kind of the only two words I can think of right now. AU is a common letter combination in words. It is so common, in fact, I don't think it has been used in a single word all day in chat. So it's very common. You're right. Super, super common. All right, well, now that I'm pissed off from Wordle, let's go do Steamdle. Since apparently you didn't like this one today, I'm sure I'm going to have so much fun with it. My body is ready. Okay. Thomas Sommer with zero point 0.2 hours and a positive review. This is already bullshit, I can tell. Before you try to build trains and guns, maybe try feeding your population. Motherfucker arguing with the ex-English teacher on words, shaking my head. I mean, the more you type, the more it just proves me right. So, like, go off, I guess. Okay, before you build trains and guns, maybe try feeding your population. I mean, like, first thought would be Factorio, but you don't have a population that you have to worry about in Factorio. Or food, I think, for that matter, so that can't be it. Maybe try feeding your population. Maybe like a Civ game? Maybe try to build trains and guns. I don't know. Give me like, I don't know. Give me like Civ 5. Do I think this is right? No, but this is gonna be... Oh my god, can you just give me like... Give me vanilla Civ 5, please. Alright. The amount of dopamine I get from making my GDP go up is dangerous. Okay. Common does not mean every other word, bruh. Okay, can you tell me what your definition of common is? Yeah, no, like A is like a common vowel because like most vowels are common. The combination of A and U in a vowel sound is not super common. It does happen. Like it's normal to do that. Like that's a normal sound that humans make. But it's not all that common. in the English language. Like, common means common. Like, if we're like comparing vowels, like, is AU more common than, say, like AE? Yes. Yes, it is. Like, there are less common vowel combinations. You stand by what you said? Well, I'll stand by what I said. We can both be wrong together. How about that? Okay. Squiddy the Cowboy Cat Girl with 132 hours with a positive review. The amount of dopamine I get from this, from making my GDP go up, is dangerous. Thank you for the jump scare. My heart rate is now up. That means there's going to be more blood flowing to my brain, which means I'm going to be smarter now. That's how that works, right? Copy paste an entire dictionary in here. Don't test me. Like, give me an example of how common it is. Then, like, where would you use a and u together? There is not that many words. There are words. There are like a good number of words. Do you use them commonly? I would say no. Like, I certainly don't. Just because there are a number of words that do contain the combination of A and U does not mean that it's like common. I don't go around reciting the dictionary. I'm not that insane yet. We'll see. Maybe with like another week of Wordle, I will be. We'll see how it goes. I remember like back in the day when I used to play Scrabble. I had like a little Scrabble dictionary on me sometimes, and I would just like go and like read random words. I was very popular. Okay, so dopamine he gets from making the GDP go up. So it's definitely some sort of like city builder or like nation builder or something. Probably not Civ though, because Civ doesn't use GDP. So that clears out all of the civilization games. So we can pretty well clear those off. You said U is commonly used after A. Okay, sure. You didn't say words with AU are common. You said U is commonly used after A. You make my brain hurt. I still don't agree with that. Even if we're like supposing that we're just being like pie in the sky about it and just being like, oh yeah, no, U usually comes after an A. That is also not true. Like, if we're doing like letters beside U in like the English dictionary, A is not going to be like a super common one. Like, it's going to be there because there are, like we've already established, there are plenty of words that are AU. But like, that doesn't mean that I would say it's common. Okay, so it's not gonna be that. What if it's something stupid like Frostpunk? It's like loosely related. Excuse me. You're not gonna give me my autofill? Because if it's not in the autofill, I'm just assuming it's not in there by default. Make my GDP go up. What are other, like, city builders games? I'd say something like City Skylines, but you can't build guns in that, as far as I'm aware. Let me see. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just throw one in. City Skylines. No? Okay. Skylines. Sure. I mean, why not, right? You know what? Sure. Okay. Like I said, we can both be wrong together. It's a bonding experience. Alright. Like other reviews, I recommend this lukewarmly, only because I don't think it's bad enough to warrant a negative review. Interesting. And I had fun with the base mechanics, enough to not call it a waste of money. Okay. Thank you, Venom Jesus. The critiques are valid, and Paradox will really lose the trust of their base if they turn their back on this. Okay, so it's a Paradox interactive game. How well do I know Paradox's library? Not that well, as it turns out. Paradox does the like, what's the was it Crusader Kings? No. Okay. Uh oh, there we go. If you played Crusaders Kings and always wanted a game to be more about buildings, resources, and economics, this is your game. Okay. Well, we're getting close. We're narrowing it down. It is not normally as good as it hopefully. Okay, hold on. That gave me a stroke. Am I reading that wrong? It is not nearly as good as it hopefully will be one day, but it is very unique in what it is doing. Fuck. Okay. What else did Paradox put out? Hmm. Hmm. Paradox game that people were upset with. Let me see. Oh, I forget what all the Paradox games are now. I haven't like played like most of them. We've got like trains and guns, according to the first review. So like it's gonna be like a semi-modern one. They didn't do the Anno series, did they? Very relaxing, entertaining game. Nice change up for me from Hearts of Iron 4. Hearts of Iron 5? Is that a thing? I don't know. Hearts of Iron. We have an Hearts of Iron 5? No. No, we do not. Okay. Maybe it's the Hearts of Iron DLC. Who knows? No? Okay. Probably my favorite Paradox game is not a feature rich or as beautiful as its siblings. There's just something special about it. I love the front system compared to managing and moving units individually. Okay, so it has definitely got like army management in it. So that takes out a few. Oh god, I don't remember what Paradox games are. Didn't they do like a kind of sci-fi-ish one? No. No, that one was like turn-based. It was more like a Civ game. This is more like a grand strategy, judging from the reviews. I Paradox Grand Strategy, not Hearts of Iron. Yeah, it's not Crusader Kings. It's gonna be like more modern. What the hell did Paradox put out that was like semi-modern? The amount of Naruto edits I saw with this song is unhealthy. Oh man, they loved using this one, didn't they? Uh, yeah, no, it wouldn't be something like Stellaris because I played that one. I think that's Paradox. What's that other one? Europe, Europe something. Is this them? Game over. Better luck next time. The game was Victoria 3. I have never heard of this game in my life. Hold on, what is this? You need to stop. Alright, hold on. Mostly positive, all reviews are mixed. Play free for this week. Hmm. I'm smelling an inside job here. Okay, you know, this looks just like straight up like Crusader Kings from like what I've seen, or like Hearts of Iron, or like those kinds of games. Okay, so we were definitely like on the right track. Okay, yeah, no, I never would have gotten this. I've never heard of this game before. How much do you want to bet they made it this game because they had the sale on this week, like the play free this weekend? I'm a little suspicious of that because this is a very out there game. Came out in 2022. Eh? Yeah, no, I've never heard of this. Never heard of that game. Never would have gotten it. Okay. Well, now that I'm upset with my lack of knowledge in words and also video games, I guess I can get back to drawing a little bit. We'll just stick to what I'm like less bad at. I do kind of want that to arc over a little bit. No, no, I did this sketch last night and I was like super happy with the expression on it. It was like very funny to me. So we're gonna like see how much we can like clean this up and make it actually look like something. Be back in like 10 minutes? Ah, right. No worries. I am just going to sit here and struggle with the basic pen tool for a while. I think that's what we're going to do. And also apparently headbutt the microphone. Why did I put this line down? This is a dumb line. This is a bad line there. And I feel like it's been years since I've listened to STEM. Feel like after the last couple of playlist adventures we've gone down, YouTube is just like, oh, you want some like nostalgia shit? I got you. And they've just been throwing like more like old school stuff that I used to listen to my way. I'm kind of into it. I just find it interesting, you know? Yeah, I'm still not super happy with this side here. That I do kind of want to bring this up a little bit in here. Like that, just to kind of bring like the direction of that up a little bit. I want that to like kind of curl at the end a little. I don't want it to be like a like super scared expression. I just want it to be like a little bit goofy looking, maybe, is the best way to describe that. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun expression. I can probably like sell that with like a line kind of going up like that, maybe. Maybe that'll be okay. And I'll go back and change that later. I'm leaving that for now. That sparks joy. Not the old man laugh? Yes, the old man laugh. Absolutely the old man laugh. Not quite there. Maybe it's the angle that's off. I want to put like a little bit of depth in the ear here. I don't know how much of that's really going to transfer over to like a small image, but I think it'll be good. That's kind of what I did with the last one, and I don't hate how it turned out there. Try putting that in here. Have that here. Yeah, maybe if I like build up the lower jaw first, that'll kind of tell me where I need to put the rest on this side. I'm getting a little lost in the anatomy. I do want it to be exaggerated, but I do want it to look like kind of right. You know what I mean? Be a little bit like that. Like a nice curve. Yeah, no, that's wrong. That is not correct. That is not what we want. Yeah, I'll just like build this up a little bit more. Like figure out what we want this to look like. That to be there, kind of like that. Yeah, so if I use that as a guide, that'll put that one to about there, coming down around that side. Make this look a little bit symmetrical. Yeah, because I've got like that little thing where it like kind of goes like that on the ear. Need to make sure I transfer that over to the other ear here, otherwise that's gonna always look weird. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to meet up there. I can bring that down to like there-ish, and I can move that over here. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's what we want to do. If I do it that way, that's going to cause problems later, so we'll just do like a straight cut kind of here. Keep the lines as simple as we can, because I don't want to have to fuss around with that too much. Yeah, something like that. Something kind of, sort of, maybe a little like that. Well, that is also the wrong pen. There we go. And around like that, I think. Something like that. Something around there. Then we have like this kind of look here on the cheekbones, and kind of copy that over. It's gonna come down from that down to about there. I don't know if I want that solid line there. That might be a little much. We'll leave it for now. We can go back and change it once I know what I actually want to do there. You know what? No, I don't think I like that line direction. We'll like cut it this way for our hatching, just to kind of preserve like a little bit of the movement, because we want it to kind of go like that, right? We don't want it to be like that. We want it to be like that. I think that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Having like this kind of wrap around look. Do I like that? No. No, I don't like that. We're gonna go try and preserve that angle. Yeah. I think that's a little bit better. Still a little off there, but we can tweak that a little. Make that work. Make that work even easier if I can get the pen pressure to cooperate. I think that might be my project for the weekend. If I don't get that sorted out today, I'll have to figure out what's going on with the weird pen pressure. Because it's like slowly been getting worse. I'm assuming like it's just like what happens when you've had a tablet for a few years. It starts to do wacky shit. But I would appreciate it if I could actually like continue using this one. Maybe it's like a driver thing. I'll have to see if I'm pretty sure I have like the most recent drivers on this. I don't even know if they update these, like this particular model anymore. It might just be pooched. That's really not going to matter on the large scale, but we'll leave it there. That's fine. Okay, let's see. Do that. We can kind of preserve a little bit of the shape simplicity? I don't know why that word was hard to say. Uh, Try working a little bit more today on making sure that the emotes are readable from a small size. Because I do have yesterday's loaded in, and it is currently free for everybody to use and mess around with however they want to. So I would appreciate y'all's feedback. But as it stands right now, I probably have to go back in and do some tweaks on it. It's not like quite there. It's okay. For like a first attempt, I think it's alright, but we can definitely do better. Let's see if we can translate some of the lessons from yesterday into getting some stuff done a little bit cleaner and quicker today. That's going to be the goal anyway. We'll see if we actually manage that or not. So cute. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, don't worry. That just means he's happy to see you. Totally normal to be foaming at the mouth like that. Totally, totally normal. Yeah, how do I want that to close in? This is my least favorite part about doing line art is like I need to like finish the shapes. Because that used to be like my go-to cheat method. is I would go in and I would just be like, yeah, we'll imply the lines. They're there, you just can't see them, you know? But when you're doing like line art, especially for something like this, you kind of just need to close everything in so that it's like tight and it doesn't look weird when you try and go in with like the flats. That is by far my least favorite part because it always looks weird to me. But I don't have the skill or the know-how to do coloring in any other way. I'm trying to learn, but it is a process. And not a particularly quick one, surprisingly enough. I guess I kind of want to bring that in a little bit closer. Have like a little bit of separation between that and the brow. I do like the shadow section here. Maybe. A little bit like that. Okay, how's this look? It's like getting there. I need to redo this bit though, for sure. Don't like the way the top of the head works. Yeah. I mean, it's like a little warped from the perspective, but like it should be okay. For an emote, it should work. As from my extensive research, so generously provided by Jinx yesterday, most of the funny cat emotes are not necessarily what I would call anatomically correct, but they're fun, so it's okay. If we just do like a flat line. Something like that, maybe? How's that look flipped? Oh god, okay. Maybe I do just like hide that whole line there. Just try and keep the perspective simple. Letting that be like underneath. Just make that like extra thick. No, there's still definitely issues there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something like that. Maybe that's better. And that we want to separate off so we have like a nice clean section there. Let's see. I mean, like cat ears against like a bear skull is a interesting decision on my part. I am learning. So like, that should come out like there, like there. That looks fine. Uh, that. Uh, that's the wrong button. Let's try redoing this bit here. It's not quite working. So we will just try and do it again. Yeah, maybe that's the trick. It's just we don't clear that with like a straight line. We just break up the shape a little bit more. Just hope for the best. Maybe that's what we do. Hey, Jinx, how you doing? You like the new emote? I kind of like the new emote. I still like it a lot. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I was complaining earlier into Black that I had lunch for like the first time all week. I usually end up skipping that. And now I just feel very sluggish. I'm ready for a siesta. But other than that, we're doing good. Sleeping ASMR stream when? I don't know if y'all are prepared to deal with the old man noises I make when I sleep. Don't skip meals? I mean, like, I don't do a whole lot. So I don't really like, need the extra, calories or anything. If I'm like outside working, I'll have lunch. But usually I just have like a nice little breakfast. I'll have like yogurt or something with my coffee in the morning. And then I'm usually like in the house most of the day these days. So like I don't really need to worry about lunch that much. And then I just have like a nice dinner. I don't know. It was one of those things. It wasn't deliberate when it first started, but then after a while, I was like, yeah, no, this actually is like kind of nice. Kind of prefer it. I don't feel like as low energy as I usually do when I skip lunch, if that makes any sense. It'd be a different story if I was like working outside. Like I went out and like helped a buddy with his landscaping stuff a few weeks ago, and like that day I ate lunch because at that point I was like, yeah, no, I haven't been outside in the sun this much all summer, so I was like, yeah, no, I needed something, otherwise I was going to die. But like otherwise, I'm usually okay. It surprisingly does make sense. See, I'm making good points today. I don't know. Maybe I should actually eat lunch more often then. If it makes me right, it makes my brain juices churn a little bit more efficiently, then maybe I should be eating lunch. I don't know. Okay. I think I'm at the point where I need to start putting in the flat colors because at this point I'm kind of getting lost with the hatching and the shadows and everything. I need to like actually figure out what this is supposed to look like. Which I guess it would help if I turned on the layer that would do that. Actually, hold on. I can probably do this way smarter. We just select that. Then we inverse selection, go here, switch over to our bucket tool. That was close. Hold on. Go grab that bit there. Nope. Need that. And then we can go and invert the selection. Up over here, go down to that layer. There we go. Nice and easy. Pop sounds? What is it with you and the pop sounds? I can't do it quite as well today. I think my mouth is tired from chewing earlier. There we go. Just need some water. Help lubricate that a little bit. Because you can't do it right and it's funny. Okay, well, I'm glad somebody's enjoying themselves. Let's see here. Clip that layer so we have that one there. That darker one. Honestly, at this point, I really don't think I need the circle for anything. I put this thing down with like the best of intentions the other day. Pretend you're a fish and do it really quickly. I don't think I can do anything really quickly. I don't know. I feel like if I do that too quickly, I'm gonna like unlock the secrets of the universe for an instant and then just like go insane. Like my brain is just gonna like melt out of my ears. I don't want to risk that. That sounds like a bad way to go. In my head, he doesn't have lips, and that's why he can't do it right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I don't have lips. Let's see. What do we want to do for the cat ears? We probably want to make them darker, right? Get them to stand out a little bit more. That's probably what we want to do, right? I think that's what we're doing. I don't know. We'll do like a gradient or something. It'll be fancy. Make the ears darker, yes. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the play. I don't know what you like less, lipless human being, or the fact that the human can still articulate perfectly without them. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it's a skill that I've mastered. The trick is that you just need soft teeth. If your teeth are soft enough, you can almost treat them like lips. They don't work quite the same though. So it still takes a little bit of getting used to. You hate that even more? Good. Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Imagine your teeth are naturally soft, but they get hard when you see food. Oh, that is so cursed. Does one see himself as food? See, that's why my teeth are always hard. I'm always thinking about food. That's why it's so hard to talk sometimes. I got the teeth in the way. You just need to like rip them out like dentures. I hate this conversation. Thanks. You're welcome. You are kind of a snack. Oh, well, there we go. Some of us are food. Oh god, I really did that all in one brush stroke. I am a lunatic. I should not do that. We should do shorter strokes so that we don't have to delete the entire fucking thing every time I make a mistake. Yeah, there we go. NRC's first on the menu. I can get behind that. So long as I'm not first. I'm more of a dessert kind of guy, I think. And that's not just because of the high cholesterol, but I mean, it is also because of the high cholesterol. Your second, your three-course meal. You straight up said you're not a dessert. Well, I mean, like, we both can't be desserts, right? That's not how meals work. If you just have a meal that's all desserts, like, You just have like diabetes at that point. And like that's no good. Nobody wants diabetes. Definitely knows how to drag a girl down. It's one of my many talents. We can't both be dessert, right? Not with that attitude. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Everything's dessert now. We are all desserts. If we're being eaten anyway, I guess it doesn't matter if we have diabetes or not. Time to give people cavities? Hell yeah. That's the right attitude. So now you're nothing special. Oh my god, there really is no winning here. Yes, it can. I have never been more threatened by my own emote in my life. Good. It's a good thing I have lots of experience digging myself my own hole. Otherwise, this might be awkward. At this point, though, I'm kind of seeing if I can go for a record. See if we can like hit a personal best today. Let's see if I'm. Hold on. If I remember right, I actually like did the. Yeah, I did the lighter color for the teeth in the emotes. I might stick with that. I think that was actually better. Yeah, because that looks kind of flat as it is. So hold on. Let me grab my off white. And if we go in here, that automatically clipped. Hell yeah. And if we go in here and get our pearly whites. Makes the teeth stand out more. Yeah. Yeah. Especially now that we don't have foam leaking out the sides of his mouth. Definitely need to have something to make everything stand out a little bit. Even if I want the lighting to be like kind of dramatic, like the teeth are definitely still going to be like a big focal point, be one of the main things that draw the eye. I feel like that's supposed to be a tooth over here. I just like forgot to draw it. How do I want to do that? Yeah, we'll do that. That'll be fine. That will be just fine. And then do we do like a step up on the shadows as well? I think maybe we do. So it's not super harsh. And then I can also have like the step lower in like the gaps here so that there's a little bit more depth. It won't come over super clear in like the actual emote, but it might kind of sell the illusion of depth a little bit more. We have like things kind of blend towards the darkest color a little bit. That's what I'm gonna tell myself anyway. We'll see if that actually works out that way. Yeah, it's a little bit heavy on the shadows there, but the general color scheme I think I like. Yesterday's decisions were good at the end. Yeah, it just took a lot of trial and error, which like isn't a bad thing. It just means we're learning. The shadow is on a separate layer. You can always go back and change it. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing that I'm trying to do. You can't like super tell because my fat head's in the way. Here, hold on. Let's move that over. But I actually have like the layers separated out this time, which I'm really proud of myself for remembering to do. The only thing that I didn't remember to do was record the time lapse for this, because that's another thing that I've been trying to remember to do, so that I can upload little like speed paint things. Maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll remember to do that. At this point, I think I just need to like put a sticky note on my display tablet and just be like, yeah, hey, dumbass. Press the record button before you start drawing. Hey. Been a while since somebody's thrown flowers at me. Scope Studio doesn't have it in any way. No, you have to like manually turn it on. You can't really see because the options are all behind chat there, but like there's an option to like start time lapse. There you go. Here's the record time lapse. You have to like deliberately do it, otherwise it doesn't do it automatically. There's probably like an option somewhere to like automatically start whenever I open a new canvas, but I don't know. The amount of times that I like start from like a pre-existing canvas, I don't know if that would work the way that I want it to. There we go. We're on the subtle side, but when that's tiny, I think that'll be a nice little bit of depth. You see if you can use a shortcut change keybinds for it. That would probably be smart. I should look into that. That would be a reasonable thing to do. Make it easier to remember. Yeah, I mean, like, once I get into the habit, it's fine. It's just getting into the habit in the first place. Because like the last like three pieces I've done on stream, I've completely forgotten until like 3 hours in. And then I'll just like get real quiet for a little bit while I'm like quietly fuming about it in the background. Like that big Subnautica piece that I did. I made it to like the third section down when I was doing like the like tree things with the smoke coming out of them, and I was like, oh wait, shit. This is gonna be like an awesome time lapse. And I remember like, wait, shit, I didn't press the button. No. Which like is probably for the best because that time lapse would have been huge. Because I ended up working on that for like 4 streams, 5 streams. It was a lot. There was a lot going on there. It was a lot of like back and forth on my part. It's like if you look at it, it does not look like that was something that took somebody an entire work week basically to pump out. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but also yeah, that was a long piece. Yeah, yeah, there was a lot going on with that one. So like, I don't feel too bad because like there was also like a lot of other stuff going on. It's like so long as I'm learning something, I don't like super mind. But that is definitely one of the things that I would like to remember to do next time. Let's see. I guess I don't need to stick super strictly to the places where I have hatched. I guess some like transition tones a little bit here. Do that. Now let's see. This is the real question. Do we do the inside of the ears like a pinky color? I think maybe we do that. I think that might be some much needed color. Take that. It's like our base. Just move that up. Pink? Yeah. Yeah, I should have known. Everyone's in favor of the pink. Do like a not super saturated. Maybe like that. I don't know. Color picking's still one of those things that like I think I understand, and then I'll like try and do it on something, and I'll just be like, I have no idea, man. We just go off vibes here. Grabbed us of the kawaii blush yesterday. We gotta get the pink somehow. Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe we'll put the blushies in on this one. We'll see. Maybe the blushies will make a return yet. We don't know. We don't know how things are gonna pan out. Yes. All right. Well, that seems to be popular enough. No, we know. Okay. Pretty sure we do know. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. Apparently that's on me. I didn't know that we knew. I didn't know that's where we were at. But that's fine. We can do this. There we go. Have some like placeholder blushies. These are subject to change. Now I also know. This is true. Now we all know. And more importantly, now we know that we all know. Also, your eyes can have a pinkish glow. Happy, cute, yonder vibes. Hmm. Okay, no, I'm kind of picking it up. Okay, no, I can kind of see it. I see the vision. It'd be cool that every emote has a glowy eye color that matches the emotions. Ooh, that's actually a really good idea. I do like that. I am totally down for doing that. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. Oh, wait, hold on. I just had like another brain blast. What if, instead of these boring ass circle eyes, what if we go in and we do like heart eyes? Eh? We're going like over the top with it. Like, we might as well, right? Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing hearts. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Grandpa's cooking now. Now we know what we're doing. Now we got it. And get that secret sauce in, you know? go. Just about like that. There we go. Amazing. This is already 1,000% better. And we'll make sure we put in like the glowy effect after too, so they're like kind of consistent between emotes. I think that'll be really good. But yeah, no, I'm vibing with that. I like that a lot. Genuine reaction for this emote. All right. There we go. Let's see. This bit here kind of goes down a little too far, I think. Just clean some of this up a little. Just a little bit. We have that. Kind of change how that looks. Like that. Okay. No, that's not so bad. This bit needs to go though. That is not helping. Up this little goof. Oop. Did a little too much. I'm getting a little too excited now. There we go. Yeah, no, I don't hate this. This is okay. Let me go back in here and clean up the teeth a little bit. Go play dentist now. Sure, my pearly whites are maintained. There we go. Okay, top half is looking pretty good. Oh, can you request a song? Yes, you can. Can I speak? No, apparently not. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things are looking so far. I think I need to go back and take another look at how I have the jaw. slash Gray had a stroke. Yeah, there we go. See, if anyone ever makes a subreddit for me, I would like to request that that is the name. I don't care what they put on it. I just want that to be the name. The jog since further than your future by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a little out there. I don't know. I made the mistake of making like my dude have a pointy chin when I scribbled him out, and now I'm suffering the effects of having to commit to that. We've got like what's that guy's name? The chin. What was that from? Oh god, okay. Image results are cursed on that. Can I just have like a wiki page that's like safe? I'm an adult, but don't show me spooky shit. I'm easily scared. But yeah, this guy. You remember this guy? I feel like I've accidentally made this. Somehow. I don't know how we got here, but this is basically my character. Oh, can you send a link to Cool Jelly TikTok? Cool Jelly TikTok. You wished for the muscles? Yeah, see, we ran out of budget when we hit the chin, so we kind of had to skimp for everything else. That's why I'm skin and bone. Yeah, you can send me a link. I don't know how you can send me a link, though. Actually, yeah, if you got Blue Sky, you do have that now. So you can just send me a link there. I'll go take a look. Can you send it in whispers? Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. That is correct. Oh, yo. Okay, hold on. No, we definitely want to watch this. Look at these. Look at these guys. Hold on. No, I want to watch that again. These are so cool. Damn. They're so cool. I don't even know how to explain these. These look like little like jelly Christmas lights. Damn. Okay, I could sit here and just watch these all day. But no, thank you for sharing that. Those are super cool. You wish to be this pretty? I do. I wish I was that cool looking. Instead, I'm stuck in this like weird fleshy body. Like I even have a brain. Like what the hell's with that? Complete ripoff. Damn, we belted. What's brain? Is it edible? I don't know. I've seen a few movies. I think they are. From what Hollywood has told me, I believe that they are edible. Don't eat brains. Cure disease will attack if you are immune. Oh wait, is that like is that a is that kind of like prions? I remember I saw a video on prions the other day, and then I couldn't sleep. You get like the weird squiggly proteins that just like infect other proteins, and then like your body falls apart. We already lived through one pandemic. What's one more? Exactly. That's the kind of mentality we need. Yeah, you guessed right. Good job. Hey, prion diseases. See, I'm smart. I have brain. My brain works good sometimes. When I try real hard, I can use the old electric fat slab. Okay. I'm like pretty happy, I guess, with the top side. It's a little warped, but I don't think I care that much. I'll probably bring in like this side here a little. But other than that, I think we're fine. I do still need to mess around with the bottom though. The bottom is real bad. Give me my lasso. Let me see. That needs to come in a little bit here. Be like that. Just like that. Just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Maybe a little bit more there. Something like that. Ooh, okay. I'm learning things today. If you erase the clip layer, like the reference layer for clipped layers in Clip Studio, it'll actually just like erase out the stuff that you had clipped to it as well. That is actually really useful. I will be remembering this. This is a useful trick. This will save me several years off my life. Also, you have another request for a song, Bring Me the Horizon by Linkin Park. E. Nice Bad Apple. Oh, this is Bad Apple. Uh, I really like Bad Apple's intro, and then like for whatever reason, I think I listened to it too much. As soon as like the lyrics start, it's just like, oh, it's this song. One too many games of OS is, I think, what did me in. Your brain fights when singing along because it switches between Japanese and English Lamau. Yeah, I think this is the first time in a while I've actually gotten like an English version of this. Usually I get like the Japanese ones in my recommended. But apparently no weep shit for us today. You could change that. I'm sure you could. I do not doubt your abilities for a second. Why does this look so weird? Hold on. I need to use the old brain hand. Okay. No, never mind. I'm just dumb. That's fine. Okay, that was a little bit better, I guess. Okay, let's go and fix this chin. Hmm. Hold on. No, I think I hate the ears now. I'll need to go and fix those. But we'll do the chin first. As I have been ignoring the chin for too long. Let me just go and something like this. Just kind of chill it out a little bit with the crazy length. A little bit. You know, we don't need to overcompensate. Bring that in. Bring that down. And like in this way. Like that. Kind of. Plastic surgery coming up. Yep. Now we're taking our boy under the chopping block. And I am too cheap for anesthetic. It's okay. He doesn't seem to mind, though. He seems to be enjoying it. It's a little less screwy with the proportions. Also, I don't know if I want to do like a point or if I want to do like the square end. I think doing the square end is kind of throwing me off. It looks of it, he definitely joined the chopping block. Yeah, he would, wouldn't he? Let's see. Just cut this out here. About there. We'll shave this down just to give us like a general kind of look. We want to go to about there. Maybe something like that, and then we can make the whole thing bigger. Maybe angle it a bit down. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because like we want it to be like an actual like anatomically feasible face. So we want it to be a line. I want it to be like kind of here-ish. Would be where I want the tip of the chin to sit. Which is going to be a little weird with the angle, but we'll make it work. Let's see. I'll leave that for now. I like this bit. I like where this is going with this side. This looks a little bit better now. We'll just need to like put something there. Maybe we'll keep it like kind of on like a flat plane at the edge, but we'll just like foreshorten it a little bit. Let's see if we can get that looking okay. Sure, it'll look great in the end, regardless of what happens. I mean, we will get there. It will happen. We just might get a little sidetracked along the way. Okay, let me just think about like the physicality here a little bit. It's like that tooth kind of wants to go down a little bit, so that's going to cut off that. Use that. That's going to help us kind of keep our guide. Do that. Make that a little bit smaller. Do that here. Do that, and then we can kind of scale up here. And do something like that. Maybe something like that. Oh, for sidetracking, no, Lord knows I can't pay attention for longer than 5 minutes. That is a big mood. Let's see. Something like that. Bring that up like that. We can have that kind of act as the transition plane to get over here. We'll just need to tweak that a little bit. If I could get the pen to stop doing max sensitivity on me. Something like that. Yeah, it looks a little stubby now. We'll have to go like... hold on. No, I want that one. I like that line. If we do like that there, we want that. So that would actually have to go up like that. And then it would connect back down. We squint really hard, the chin itself looks like a face now. Oh yeah, we're just getting faceception. Uh, hold on. Don't know how I feel about all this now. Let me just quickly compare what I was doing with that. Yeah, I'm kind of like crushing down the foreshortening I had done in the original sketch with the chin if I like keep cutting into it like that. I don't know. I can probably push it a little bit more than this, but I don't know if I can really go all the way back out here. Like to the lines of the sketch below the main lines. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of see. Yeah, maybe if we do something like that. Maybe that'll be okay. Because I want to keep that. Oh, nope, that's the wrong tool. We don't want to do that. Do that, cut down to here. Let me just extrapolate that down, keep the angle right. And it wants to be about there. And that way we get to keep the foreshortening, and it should still be at least like relatively correct with the anatomy. I think that's good. We'll try that. We'll see if that works. We can make like that section bigger. Get rid of that line. Get rid of that line. Yeah, it's more aligned to the nose now, which is good. So like we've achieved that at least. The yeah, like the shape itself is a little more wonky now, but I don't know if I hate that necessarily. I don't know, we'll see. Clean this up for now just so I have like the shape kind of on the screen so I can kind of let that marinate for a little bit. We'll see if I end up hating this. Let's fill that in. There we go. Yeah, okay. Now I need to go and pay some attention to the ears, because the ears are bothering me now. I think this ear is fine. This ear is weird, though. Yeah, we got too much going on with that ear. Not quite right. Yeah, perspective's weird on that. I think we still, yeah, because that's going out to that side. I don't think I had that connected really well either. It's like that should be sitting probably about there. We do that. That's kind of up the tip from that. We kind of want to go like over here for the start of the ear. And I kind of cheated and put the rest behind the brow line a little bit there, but I don't want that to like not do that. You like that? So then that's gonna have to move over to about here. Thereabouts. Do that. I'll just move that over like so. Make it a little bit bigger too. I kind of ignored the foreshortening from before. If we put that there, I think that's already looking better. Do that. Like my cat's trying to hork up a hairball. Hold on 1 second. Let me just see if I can help her out a little bit. Ah, right. Crisis avoided. All right. Actually came at a good time that I needed to take a break. My hand was starting to get sweaty wearing the glove. Okay, let me see. I need to get rid of this bit here. That is not helping me. That is not helping me. That needs to go. And go back in here with this. That side a little bit thicker, maybe. It's gonna be like kind of straight on. And then that needs to kind of come down. A little bit more. Maybe like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that. How many emotes can I upload? Right now I have access to 4. So we still have 2 slots open when we finish this one. So we still got a little bit of room for some hijinks. That. Back over to my dark layer. Kind of trim that a little. I might end up just going like all the way to where I had hatched, honestly, at this point. Let me see here. Nope, I need the other pen. I need the one that draws, not the one that erases. Here we go. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit better. Yeah, I like that better. I need to go in and do something about the eye over here, though. Still looking a little bit off. There we go. That settles the angle a little bit better. I feel like the composition is a bit weird. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit off. We'll see. We'll see if we can make it work a little bit here. And I've kind of closed in on it a little bit. Let's see if we can fix some more problems. As that's kind of what we ended up doing for most of this time yesterday, too. Was we just kind of problem solved. Kind of like that. I want that back up. Yeah, I kind of want that tilted still. Just like so. Like that. Yeah, I don't know. What's standing out to you about this? Because like, there's still definitely things that are wrong. I'm getting to that point now where I've stared at this long enough. It's all starting to blur together a little. Eye socket too small and bottom face too fat. Yeah. It is still like real girthy. For you personally, it's how one ear starts at the edge of one eye while the other one starts like more at the midpoint. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I was trying to fix that, but maybe I went a little too far. Maybe if we back that off a little bit like that. Back that off a little bit and it kind of works a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. Like the perspective is weird, which definitely doesn't help things. The ears are good, but the proportions are so different from your other skull designs. Yeah. And that was kind of the point is I wanted to be like really expressive, so I wanted to like kind of push a little bit. We're kind of pushing a little far compared to like, especially compared to the OG design. And like, because like this one here, like with the initial sketch, I like the energy that it has, but it's not super transferring quite right. I go in here. And you get the idea that something's wrong. It's like too chubby. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Because like that one was like nice and angular. This one's got like some shapes going on, and like I don't know how I feel about that. Mm, maybe I'm picking out. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Like I'm kind of second guessing myself. Is like, is this actually a problem, or do I just need to not care? The ear here needs to be tweaked a bit. Because you're right, it does go down pretty far there, and it doesn't need to. You kind of want it to go like that. So if we go back in, we just end up scribbling all this out. Do this interior here. The jaw definitely needs some TLC as well, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer to what we want here. Bring that down and get that smooth. Yeah, add lines like above the chin and the teeth. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what is like definitely a problem here is like down at the bottom, we're just kind of barren, like all over here. We put a little something in there for like some depth that'll help fill it out. Okay, let me see here. Let's change how chubby it is in the eyes. I mean, I could also go in and add some more like line definition around the eyes as well. I don't know, like when it's small, like that kind of works. Like we'll have to go in and like tweak with the lighting a little bit. Like that's definitely not there yet. But like I think we're like getting there a little bit. Where did I put the white layer? There's the white layer. I should label that before I forget. Again, that is not how you spell white. Oh well. Wait. Where did I do this? Oh, okay. That is not where I wanted that. Alright. Well, that's fine. We'll just do that. That's okay. We'll just do that again. I wasn't super happy with that anyway. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. That maybe? Something about that. You sure you're fine? Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. If I say it enough, it has to be true. I'm not having a nervous breakdown because of cat ears. That would be ridiculous. That would be crazy. I would never. Yeah, why are you crying? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's totally fine. Hmm. Things would be extra fine if I could have my brush cooperate the way that I want it to. Oh, thank you. That makes me feel better. Uh, I have so much smudged pixels in here. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. I'm liking that. That's looking better to me. I am more happy about this. There we go. Okay. Now I'm feeling a little bit better about the ears now. I think that's better. I'm slightly less angry about that. I do need to go in and put in the hatching again. But that's easy. That is something I can do. I can do this. Oh god. Yeah, that little dot is gonna drive me nuts. Hold on. If I do it this way. I just want a smooth line. Hold no, I don't really like that either. I can do this, he says. Proceeds to not do that. Okay, hold on. What if we just go this way? We'll just follow the existing hatching lines on the other ear. What the hell is this line? Oh my god. Let's go in manually and get rid of all the dots. Since apparently line weight is fake. Not real, it can't hurt me. Okay. Yeah, from far away that works. From far away that does exactly what I want it to. I just need to not look at it up close. And it's fine. Totally fine. 100% fine. Everything is fine. There we go. Do I like that? No, I don't like that. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna leave that there. Okay. We're gonna ignore the ears for a little while. We're gonna go back to the chin. We're just gonna hop back and forth until something gets done. That's how we're doing this. Your upstairs neighbors are listening to reggae so loud your cup is shaking? Oh my god. That's impressive. Hmm. I think that's making things a little too messy on the top half. Do you want to add a little bit of definition here? Go in and clean this up. And that needs to be toned down a little bit here. No. I have decided I do not like that. We're not going to do that for this one. At least not right yet. We'll skip it on the hatching under the teeth. It's not really giving me the effect that I'm after. Do this though. You can also like, clean up these shadows. This is no longer how that's supposed to look. Go and shave that back. Maybe about there. Hmm. Hmm. Let's try cleaning this up. Have you ever worked as a waiter? Yes. I was a waiter for 2 years. Yeah, like a year and like 10 months. It wasn't quite 2 years. But no. I did that. I've done back of house. I've done reception before. I've been all over the place. The only place that I haven't worked yet is the morgue. Other than that, I've been just about everywhere. Fun lore drop. Yeah, no, I used to work at at one of those like fancy rich restaurants on campus back when I was in college. We were over because we had the college that I went to, and there was a university like a couple blocks down the road. So all the poor college students would go over and like work at like the rich university for pocket money. So that's what I did. Which place was the most cool one? Hmm. That's a good question. You're gonna make me think now. Because I've had a lot of jobs. I don't know if I would call any of them cool. Let's see. Because there was one summer I took on an apprenticeship as a plumber. That was probably the most interesting job I've had. I was going through and doing like all the technical stuff for that. Yeah, it like started off as like an apprenticeship under a friend of a friend who ran his own plumbing business in the area. And then it just kind of turned into like me just doing like kind of whatever construction work. Because by that point I had already done like a little bit of like roofing and electrical and stuff like that. So like it was something I knew how to do. I just didn't know how to do the plumbing bit. So for like most of his jobs, it just kind of turned into me just being like, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like teaching you how to be a plumber today. Go and like run electrical through like this bathroom or something. I don't know. We did that, and we also changed porta potties that summer, which was so much fun. Let me tell you, that was a truly informative experience in my life. You're like a Renaissance man. I'm like a man who can't make up his mind. I've got a bunch of little random skills, none of which I am particularly proficient at, but I have done a number of things. Which I guess that's not true. I have also never worked in a mechanic shop. I have worked on my own car, and I do have a bunch of buddies who are mechanics, but I've never worked in a mechanic shop. So that's two things that I've never been in. Never worked in the morgue, never worked in a mechanic shop. Got any fun stories from the gigs? Oh man. I have all kinds of stories. I don't know if any of them are like good to share though. Because most of the stories that come to mind from when I was working in hotels. And you see all kinds of shit working in hotels. Most of which are not very fun things, but in retrospect, they do make for pretty good stories. Like, I remember when I had, like, just gotten out of school. Oh no, hotels are crazy as fuck. Yeah, hotels are wild. As somebody doing, like, forensics and stuff, I'm sure you know very well how crazy hotels can be. That there was this one time I had like just started this place. This was my first hotel gig. I was maybe 2 months in, thereabouts. I forget the details. But we had a bunch of contractors coming in from the next province over in Quebec. Now Quebec is a primarily French speaking area, as I'm sure you probably already know. But over where I live, not so much. Not a whole lot of French. So there was a bit of a stigma against them, and they didn't seem to really care that much. They just wanted to like party and drink and do their job and go home. But they would usually spend like 5 days a week at the hotel, and then they would go home and they would come back, kind of deal. So we had a bunch of rooms set aside for them. I remember one night, is one of the contractors comes back to the hotel. It's probably like not super late, maybe like 8, 9 o'clock. Completely wasted, drunk off his ass. It was like a Thursday night. They were probably canceling work on Friday, so they were just going to sit around in the hotel room and then go home to their families. This guy crashes through the front door. We have like one of those like full glass, like floor to ceiling entrances in this hotel. Crashes through the front door, cracks the glass, stumbles around for a little bit, and then goes to go upstairs. He makes it about halfway up the flight before all of a sudden I hear this crash. So I basically like jump over the lobby, like the reception desk there, and go and look to see what happened because it was just around the corner from me. And I see this guy completely still, covered in a pool of his own blood. Like the crash had happened maybe like 3 seconds before I get there. And there's already like this swamp, basically, of red on the floor. So of course, me being like 2 months into the gig, I panic, right? I'm like, oh shit, I just watched somebody die. This is not good. What the fuck do I do? So I call for an ambulance and all that, and I go and like check his pulse. He's still breathing. He's out cold. And then I look out the window to like the parking lot, and I see this family of like six, right? Like it was the husband, the wife, and like four kids, all under the age of like 12, walking up towards the hotel. So I look at that and I look back down at the guy in front of me and I'm like, "Oh shit. Well, they can't see this. This is going to be real bad. I don't want them to get like the wrong idea about this place. I don't want them to feel uncomfortable. I don't want to like scar the kids." So I go and I break out like the wet floor sign. I put it over the guy's head and then I move the couch so that it's kind of blocking their view a little bit of him. And I stand and wait at the door, just kind of like directing them by, being like, "Hey guys, I hope you're having a good night. Go on up to go on up to your room. I'm sure you guys have had a long day. You want to go rest." I'm like basically trying to like shoo them up, hoping that they don't notice. And I don't think the kids did. The kids were pretty tired by that point, luckily. So like, if they saw anything, they didn't say anything. So I did that, and then after it looked like I had covered up the murder, I just like move everything back to wherever it's supposed to be, and I'm in the middle of mopping up this like massive puddle of blood leaking from this man's head, who's still passed out. And he finally comes to. He finally starts groaning like a fucking zombie. I'm like, oh shit, okay. We got like zombie virus now. That was also not on the bingo card for tonight. but okay. Fuck it, we ball, I guess. He like tries to get up, and I'm trying to keep him still because, that's like the first thing that they teach you in first aid is like, yeah, hey, if somebody has a head injury, try to keep them as still as possible. Because, a head injury can be any number of things. It can be spinal damage, brain trauma, any number of things. So I'm like, okay, you need to sit here. You need to not move. This guy decides he's gonna get up anyway, so he just like fucking lifts himself up in this drunken stupor, like the fucking Undertaker, right? Just like arms limp, just kind of like fucking pure ab workout, just like lifts himself up. And I swear to God, this is the grossest part of the story. Like, a good, I want to say, like, fifth of his scalp stays on the floor. I don't know how, and I don't know why that happened, but this fucking guy just left like a chunk of his head stuck to the tiles on the floor. I don't think bro woke up. I think he got possessed instead. Like, that is like legit what I thought at the time. I was like, oh, fuck. I don't know what this guy's been drinking tonight, but damn, it's been the good shit. So I'm like trying to convince him to like chill the fuck out and maybe not like leave until the ambulance shows up so they can like look at him and like take him to the hospital and get him the fuck out of my hotel. No, isn't having any of that. He like shoves me out of the way and like stumbles back up the stairs again, still dripping, mind you. Like he's leaving a fucking trail. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna go and like manhandle an injured man because that sounds like a lawsuit. So I let him go, and I go and like focus on cleaning up the puddle before any more kids show up at the hotel. So I go and get that done. I like scrape the fucking flesh off the ground. We get that cleaned up. Horrible experience. Don't recommend it. And then the ambulance finally showed up. Ambulance guys come in. They're like, okay, where is he? He's like, he went upstairs. He was like, he woke up. I was like, yeah, he woke up. He woke up. He didn't seem all that good. You should still probably take a look at him because he was bleeding very badly. And I was like, oh, well, where's all the blood? It's like, oh, well, I cleaned it up. I don't want, like, people dealing with that. It's like a biohazard and also, like, it's traumatizing. And I was like, okay, well, like, where is he? I have no idea where his room is. But then I use my noggin, all right? I use the wrinkles in my brain. I go like, well, he was dripping blood, so we can probably just follow the blood trail back up to his room. And sure enough, we went up 3 flights of stairs and followed the trail, clear as day of blood in the carpet, all the way to his room. And we get up there, and the 2 ambulance techs look at me and go like, well, he made it up to his room, so like obviously he's fine. And I look at them for a second and I go like, what the fuck do you mean he's fine? He left a fucking trail up 3 flights of stairs for us to follow. Are you insane? Like, that was from his head. Like, he is not okay. And we go back and forth, and then by the end of it, they're just like, well, yeah, no, like, it's fine. Like, he made it up to his room, so, like, it can't be that bad. Like, if there's any other issues, like, give us another call. But, like, we're not going into his room. Like, we didn't knock or nothing. Like, not a thing. And I was like, are you guys sure? Are you sure this is how we're supposed to be doing this? They're like, yeah, no, he's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry so much. And then they leave. Just like that. Out the door they go. Walked up 3 flights of stairs, walked back down 3 flights of stairs, and out they went. Didn't take any notes, didn't jot anything down, didn't nothing, was just like, oh, yep, nope, guy got up. He's good to go. You don't need to worry. So I was like, okay, these guys are like first responders. I'm sure they know what they're talking about. I must just be overreacting. Like this is just like, this is normal. I'm just not used to this. I'm new to hotels. I don't know what all's going on, right? So I let it go. The next day, I get a phone call from my manager asking me what the fuck happened. So I tell her, I had left notes and everything about it. I was a good boy. I made sure to leave like an incident report and everything because they tell us to do that every time we have to call 911. I think they had more than enough that night. I have no idea. Like they were my age. Like they could not have been any older than like 21 at the time. Like I was just out of college, so I was like 20-ish. Like they looked like maybe a year or two older than me at most. And I was like, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. But anyway, I get the phone call and I tell her what happened. And I'm just like, yeah, no, this is how it went down. This is what I did. I cleaned it up or whatever. Apparently, nobody in the morning told the housekeeper, whose job it was to clean that room, that, hey, there might have been blood in there. Despite the fact that I had left like an entire page of a report saying, like, yeah, hey, this guy was bleeding everywhere. Be careful. So then I get pictures texted to me from the housekeeper. I swear to God, it looked like a scene out of a zombie movie. Like, I'll spare the gruesome bits, because I feel like I've already grossed y'all out enough. But there was blood everywhere. It was bundled up in sheets. It was up on the walls. The bathroom was basically pink. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. And so I come into work that day at like 3 o'clock. So it's in the afternoon, all the housekeeping's done or whatever. And I go up to the manager and say, so what the fuck happened to the guy? Well, he was under the influence, so it makes sense he was bleeding heavily. I mean, it makes sense. It was a head wound. Head wounds bleed a lot. He was very drunk. Alcohol thins out the blood, so it makes sense he was bleeding a lot. That makes sense. But I come into work and I'm worried about the guy. So like the first words out of my mouth, I go over to my manager. I'm like, so what about the guy in like yada yada room? Is he alive? Did we find a body? And she's like, oh yeah, no, he was fine. He checked out this morning. Everything was good. I had no idea things were that bad. I thought you were like exaggerating. And like I show her the pictures that I had taken on my phone of like the fucking mess before I cleaned it up down in the lobby, and she was like, "Oh my god." Oh my god, what the fuck? Because she thought I was just like freaking out because I was just like some young kid who had never done like hospitality before. So she was like, it's fine. Like, no, I'm a redneck, right? I grew up in the bush. I've seen people hurt themselves before. I know what that looks like. Bro was ready to bury a body if necessary. Oh yeah, no, like I was fully committed, being like, okay, like what do we do? Do we need to get rid of this? Like, are we doing something here? Like, tell me what's going on. But no, my manager was just like, oh yeah, no, he was fine. He checked out. He was on time. He checked out like right at 11 o'clock. He was a little later than like the other guys, but he was fine. No, he was totally good. I was like, what the fuck? And she was like, yeah, no, I feel kind of bad for the housekeeper, but like, everything was good. There was no issues. I was like, okay, well, like, what about all the blood in the carpet? Like, what are we doing about that? And it's like, oh, that's not the first time. That'll come out. Completely unbothered. Didn't care at all. I was like, okay, well, fuck, all right, whatever. So that was my experience like 2 months in to working in hotels. That was my like little greenhorn moment of like, okay, well, I've cleaned up somebody else's blood and also seen like a possession or some shit happen. And nobody else seems to care. So cool, whatever. We'll just like let that slide, I guess. And that was like maybe like one of the more tame, like bad incidents. Because like after that, like whenever somebody hurt themselves at the hotel, I was just like, yeah, fuck it. Nobody else cares. Why the fuck do I care? I'll just clean it up. I'll give them a band-aid if they want. You know, I've got rubbing alcohol behind the desk. It's fine. And then, like, after that, it turned into one of those things where, like, I was just, like, weirdly calm whenever somebody got hurt. Like, I remember jumping ahead, like, I don't know, like, almost 8 years after that incident. I was working at a different hotel in the city where I currently live in. And these two drunk guys come in, like, almost like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm there working, and they go and, like, jump into each other's arms doing, like, a bro hug, and they both end up, like, fucking passed out on the floor. And I just watch it happen. You know, their dates are just standing there freaking the fuck out. And I'm just like, don't worry about it. I already called an ambulance. Just chill. It's fine. And we're sitting there. You know, one of them comes to. His fingers like exploded. So I go and like grab him some gauze and some disinfectant. And we go and deal with that. And it's like, it's okay. Ambulance is already on the way. He starts screaming at me that he doesn't want an ambulance. I mean, like, okay. I mean, if you're sure, your fingers look like hot dogs that have been left in the microwave for a little too long, but sure, live your life. It's fine. I'm not even gonna worry about you. So, ambulance shows up or whatever, and everyone starts looking at the other guy that got hurt. Again, head cracked open. And it's like, it's fine. It's not the first time I've seen this. You know, you guys, you know, if the ambulance guys think you should go down to the hospital, you should probably go down to the hospital. But, like, otherwise, you know, you can probably just sleep it off. It's not that big of a deal. Turns out that the second guy had, like, a massive concussion and had to stay in the hospital for, like, 4 days. Dude was fucked up in not so good ways. But it was fine. I didn't worry about it. It was all good. I remember the other guy whose like fingers exploded. When we're like nursing the guy with the head injury, he suddenly gets like really upset that everyone's ignoring him. So he just kind of gets up and throws a little temper tantrum, being like, "Oh, I can't believe you guys. I need medical assistance. Look at my hand. This is not okay." And it's like, dude, you just said you didn't want an ambulance. Like, chill out. It's fine. Now, if I remember correctly, that guy ended up like sulking out in his car for a few hours. His date ended up coming like back downstairs afterwards, being like, "Where the fuck did he go?" And I was like, "I don't know. I thought he was with you." We go outside and look, and there he is, passed out in his car. Again, we thought he was dead at that point. So we go and call another ambulance, and now it turns out he's fine. We convince him to finally go to the hospital like a good little boy, even though he was like a 40-year-old, like 300-pound dude. Apparently, they need a little bit of extra coercion sometimes. We send him out on his way, and everything's fine. Next day, one of the girls from like the other guy's party, the one with the massive concussion, comes and stops by and is like, "Oh yeah, no, like he's really not doing well, but like he'll be okay." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice. That's good. I'm glad he's gonna be okay. You know, he did something stupid, but you know, at least he gets to live and laugh about it later." She just kind of looked at me like, "What the fuck?" and then left. But yeah, no, those are probably like the mm, yeah, no, those are definitely like the bloodiest encounters that I've had in hospitality. I got pretty lucky. At one of the hotels that I worked at, there was like a gang that had fled the next city over to go and like lay low in our hotel. But one of their buddies got shot, so they kept him on ice in the bathtub for like a week. But I wasn't there for most of that. Like I didn't check them in or anything. I think I only worked like a couple days that week because I was on vacation. And by the time I got back, everyone was like traumatized because like this one gangbanger was like keeping his buddy on ice, and then eventually like a bunch of detectives and an ambulance rolled up and kind of carried all the guys out, and like a bunch of the other guys were crying. So they think that the guy on ice didn't make it. But again, I completely missed that one, so I don't know what actually happened. If I was there, I'd be so nosy. I would ask for details. But I do remember it was kind of funny because like every couple of hours, like one of the guys from that room would like go out and like fill up 3 bags of ice and like bring them back to their room, and like nobody was leaving the hotel, and everyone was like, this isn't normal, is it? Same, I would be like, room service. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Be asking for details from day one, Lamau. Yeah, no, like exactly. Because like we had no idea what was going on because nobody wanted to check. And I was like, are we sure they don't have like organs or something in the hotel room? And like, that's why they're keeping everything on ice? Like, maybe there's like some shit going on there. Maybe we should go and take a look. And everyone, including the management, was like, yeah, no, just let them be. It's fine. Pussies. Exactly. See, I was ready to just like fucking rock up in there. I was like, fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? What are they gonna do? Shoot me? At least then I get like a good payout. But no, nothing happened there. I had some funny experiences. Some of them have been like really weird. Yeah, you guys will appreciate this one. This was like from a few years after I started doing hotels. So like I figured like by this point I had like started to see just about everything. Because you see some real interesting characters in hotels, right? This is like maybe 2, 3 years into my experience at this point. I'm still at the first hotel that I ever worked at, right? And I remember one night, again, like, maybe like 10 o'clock, 10:30. It was like nearing the end of my shift. I get a phone call. It's a 911 call. It's an emergency number call from one of the hotel rooms. And I don't know how this works out in Europe, but like in North America, every time somebody calls an emergency line, it gets routed through the hotel building and then gets sent to emergency services, just so that like the hotel can like keep track of like who's in danger and can kind of help coordinate things, right? So I get that up on my phone, and I'm like, oh shit, we gotta go check this out. So I pick up the phone, being like, hello, hello, is anybody there? There's no answer. So I'm like, okay, that's not usually a good sign. 50% of the time means somebody just dialed it by accident, or like their kid was being an idiot. And then the other 50% of the time means like somebody's about to die. So like I'm like, okay, well shit. I kind of have to like go up and check, right? So I go upstairs, I'm knocking on the door, no answer, no nothing. I'm like, okay, well that's weird. I didn't realize somebody was in this room. So I go back down, double checking the system. Nope, not checked in. So I go up again. This time I'm like calling the cops on my end. On my phone. I'm like, yeah, hey, yeah, we just got an emergency call out from this number. They're not responding. I need like people here. I go up and knock again. Nothing. Not a peep. So I go and wait for the cops to show up. And they come in, whatever. We go up and we're chatting. We go up. They start knocking on the door. One of the guys hears something. I don't know what he heard, but he turns to his buddy and is like, hey, do you hear that? And I'm like, oh shit. Okay, I need to get the fuck out of the way. And they look at me and it's like, yeah, no, you need to be on the other end of the hallway, like right now. And I'm like, oh fuck. Okay. So I get the fuck out of Dodge. I'm like down like 3 or 4 doors from wherever they are, just kind of like sitting up against the wall, being like, do I need to like take out my phone and record this shit? Like, am I gonna watch a shootout? Like, what's going on here? And they start like hammering on the door. And they're going at it, and they're getting like really upset. Like they're like these cops are getting really loud. And it gets to the point where I like toss them my master key. And I'm like, here, figure it out. Do whatever it is you gotta do. Of course, you need to record. I didn't record it. I was like shitting myself at this point because I've never seen cops get like scared. And these guys were like really on edge. So I was like, oh shit, okay. I'm just gonna do what they tell me, and I'm just going to like sit here like a good little boy and not do anything. So I give them my keys. They try to unlatch the door, and then both of these guys spend probably about a minute trying to kick this door in. Like a minute. They finally get everything. They finally get the door open, right? And the person who was inside had somehow managed to like stack up every piece of furniture in the room up against the door. Like everything was moved over, like drawers, shelves, pieces of the bed, chairs, everything was like stacked up. It was like to the ceiling, probably like 3 or 4 feet deep into the room, just stacked up. So I like peer over because they like kind of go in and they don't have their guns drawn. So I'm like, okay, we have no guns, so I can like take a little peek. So I go and lean over and I see all this, right? This fucking lady that was in the hotel room was lying on the bed, sits up when the cops come in, and was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you knocking. I'm sorry. And like at this point, I'm just stunned, right? Like I don't know how to react. I'm just sitting there being like, what? What the fuck is going on? So these cops start asking questions or whatever. We have no idea who this lady is. No ID, no nothing. I go and check the logs in the hotel. We have no idea who checked her in. Like I said, there was nobody in the system for that room. So like there was clearly like somebody had like either given her a key or she had gotten a key somehow or like something happened. We have no idea. I'm sorry I didn't hear you yell like maniacs outside my door. Exactly, right? Because like these guys were screaming. Like these guys had like I don't know, like one of the cops had like a spidey sense moment or something. It was like, oh shit, I need to get in this room right now. And they were both like freaking the fuck out. But no, she's just like, oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. And so like eventually it gets to the point where like the cops like pull me aside and are like, yeah, so what do you want us to do with this chick? And I look at them and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. Like, at all. You have no idea who this chick is. Like, at all. Uh, I'm not a cop, but I feel like you should probably figure this shit out. And he was like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. We'll go and take her down to the station and see if we can, like, figure out who we're dealing with. I'm like, that sounds good. I would like for her to not be here, because she's kind of freaking me out a little bit. And they're like, yeah, that's fair. Okay. So we go and she leaves or whatever. She doesn't put up a fuss or anything. She's just like, oh yeah, no, just let me get my coat. I'll just grab my things and I'll come down with you guys. That's no problem. Like totally nice, totally friendly. Has no idea what the fuck is going on. Is just like completely off in her own little world. But she goes with the police and there's no issues or anything, thankfully. So, it's whatever. And then I could have let the night end. But then I get curious, right? I get nosy. I'm like, we didn't spend a lot of time in that room. What the fuck was she doing up there? Like, I need to see. So I go back up, right? Other guy is already at the hotel, so I give him the handoff and I'm like, I'll be right back. I need to go look at something real quick. So I go back up to the room and I open the door. Detective Gray is on the case. Exactly. The first thing that I notice is like, oh, that's weird. There's like dust or something like in front of the door, like just inside in the hotel room. There's like a line of dust on the floor. Like that's weird. Did it like drop out of like the furniture or something? It's like real white though, so it's like, okay. Not really sure what that is. We didn't really notice that. It was like kicked around a little bit. I thought it was just like a pile or whatever, just like something that like come out one of the drawers. Pass it off. Don't really care. I keep going in, and then I notice there's also like a trail of dust on the window. Very a very neat heap. Made in a line across the whole bottom of the window. I'm like, oh, that's definitely not from the furniture. That's weird. I go and look over. Yeah, sure enough, it's a salt line. This lady, whoever the fuck she was, decided to put salt lines down. Like the kind of shit you do to like ward off demons across the doors and windows of her hotel room. In addition to like stacking up the furniture and shit. I was like, okay, this is this is not what I signed up for. This is getting a little weird, right? So like any good like horror movie protagonist, I keep looking around, right? Like I'm curious. Lady's already gone. I don't give a shit. If she's got like fucking demons chilling in here, like I kind of want to see what's up, right? So I go and I look. Don't really see anything. All the furniture is like been stacked up or whatever. We kind of had it like organized in a pile like beside the door so that we could get in or whatever. But nothing really seems out of place over there. Bathroom's fine. Nothing out of place there. And I go and check on the bed again. I see like a lump over like up against the wall on the bed. And I'm like, this is giving me some like heebie jeebies. So I like go and grab like a cloth or something, like wrap my hand in it, because I don't want my fingerprints on this shit at this point. I'm like, okay, my spidey sense is going off. Something ain't right here. I go and like lift up the lump or whatever. For whatever reason, this lady decided to stab like the Bible, like the shitty little Bibles that we have in like every hotel room. I don't know if you guys have that over where you are, but like in every hotel room in like the entire country over here, there's like a little Bible that hotels get for free to like put up in the rooms or whatever. She had that. She had stabbed it with like a butter knife and then like buried it under a pillow. Bible in hotel, crazy concept. I don't know. People do things weird in different places. I don't know if that's a normal thing. I was talking to a guy later, and he was like, "What the fuck do you mean? There's Bibles in hotel rooms?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's like everywhere here." But I don't know. Yeah, no, like she had just like stabbed like the front cover of the Bible with like a butter knife, and then hid it under her pillow. No idea why. There was nothing else missing. Maybe she was the demon, and you just let it out. I mean, maybe I like accidentally murdered those cops. They were like taking her down to the station or whatever, and she just like ate them or something. I mean, same when the book I read is shitty. That's what it was. She was just a critic. That makes sense. That makes so much more sense. But yeah, no, after that, I just took a few pictures and was like, yeah, hey, to like the guy who was relieving me of my shift. I was like, yeah, hey, check out what I found up in this one room. And he took one look at it and looked at me and was like, nah. Nah, miss me with that shit. I ain't getting involved with that. You keep that shit away from me. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Let me know if she comes back. And she's like, oh, she is not coming back. Like, she is not coming back in here. Hell no. And then, yeah, sure enough, never heard about her again. Not a peep. No idea what happened to her. Just kind of vanished off the face of the earth. R.I.P. to the cops. Yeah, no, they were real ones, you know. They took they took their job very seriously. You know, they tried to contain it. You know, they made the ultimate sacrifice for the rest of us. But yeah, no, that was probably like the weirdest thing that's happened. There's like no explanation for any of this shit. Like, obviously, just like this random crazy woman like came in off the street or whatever, managed to like get into a hotel room, and just by like sheer happenstance, must have accidentally hit the not like the emergency like speed dial button we have in the hotel phones while she was like stacking up the furniture in the middle of her like freak out or whatever. And that's the only reason we found out that she was in there. Like otherwise we would have never known. Because like I wasn't gonna go and like check rooms in the middle of the night. Nobody else was gonna do that shit. So like it was pure luck on her part that she managed to like hit the phone or something and dialed out, and like that's the only reason that we found that. Mm. Uh, yeah, I'm still not really feeling the chin. You might just nuke the chin. I'll just start over there. And here they always just offer you Coke instead of a tip, so yeah. Yeah, you know, different places. I worked downtown before. I've seen that happen. I have been offered all kinds of shit. But that's not nearly as exciting as like seeing like some fucking demon prison hotel room conversion, right? Like I've had people offer me weed or coke. I had one guy offer to like share a heroin needle, which was like weirdly charming, but also like very alarming. Charming, love that. I mean, it was. Yeah, you would have had to have been there. All right, just the way that he went about it. It was like oddly sweet. Because he like comes up to me, right? And like I'm on my break at a hotel downtown, right? You know, I'm minding my own business. I'm sipping on my coffee or whatever. He comes in, he like is real awkward for a second, and I'm like, "Do you want to sit down?" And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, man. I'd really like to sit down." I'm like, okay, yeah, no, like, come on, sit down. We're just in like the cafeteria area, right? For like people for like the free breakfast in the morning. It's like chairs are already out. It's like, yeah, sit down, sit down. Come and chit chat with me. You know, help my day go by quicker. He comes down, you know, he sits down next to me or whatever. You know, I offer to get him some coffee or whatever. We got some like donut or not donuts, muffins left over from the morning. So I was like, yeah, hey, you want like a muffin or whatever? You look like kind of scraggly. And you want something to eat or whatever. You know, I don't mind. Manager isn't here. They aren't going to give me shit for it. He goes and thanks me or whatever. And he's like, yeah, this is like the nicest thing anyone's ever done to me. I wish I had something to give you. And he just kind of like roots around in like his backpack and like his pockets or whatever. And it's like, I don't really have anything to like give you, but like I can like share this if you want. And he's like real timid and he like kind of like opens up his backpack and like shows me a needle and some like other shit in there. I'm just like, I'm good, buddy, but thank you. And he looked real sad afterwards, like, oh, okay. It's like, no, like don't be sad. I just don't do that stuff. But yeah, no, it was charming. Much better than like when people like stumble in the middle of the night and like try and pull like a knife on you or something, but they're too drunk to like try and do anything, so they just like pull out their knife and like drop it on the table and you're just like, wow, that's a cool knife, buddy. I've had that happen before. Yeah, I feel like I need to do like a smaller chin like that. Make that less bulky there. I think that's the way. Like you were saying earlier, make it less fat. Alright, we've been going for about 4 hours. I do kinda need to leave on time today. I don't know if we're gonna get this finished right yet, but I will need to bounce here. I got too distracted telling stories. Not that I mind terribly. Any opportunity to share weird dad lore that I have is always fun. But we're getting there. This is coming along. Like nearly there. It's nearly okay. I'll probably have this be my weekend project if I can figure out what my pen pressure issue is. I'll go get this done and uploaded so we can play around with this at least next week. Yeah, it is kind of cute. I kind of like it. Yeah, so for stream next week, uh I do want to continue with the emotes a little bit until we have like all of them done, but it's kind of taking a while. So like maybe Monday we'll take a break and we'll do some other art instead. Just as like a little bit of a palette cleanser, you know? Do that maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday we'll get back on this. Get the last two slots filled out. I think that'll be good. Keep things kind of fresh. And that also gives me time to stall so I can think about like what else I want to put in. Yeah, and that's okay. This is all right. I have no idea what happened to the blushies layer that I had a while ago. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I found it. I had it hiding. Do that. Bump that up a little bit. Oop, nope. That. Yeah, maybe we do white. Yeah, I don't know. That's an idea. There's definitely something in there. I just need to like figure it out. Do that. Hold on. I just want to do like a quick little test here. Take that pink. Do like the airbrush thing that we did last time. Eh, that's not bad. Yeah, kind of left his cheeks a little close together. More pinkish pink. Yeah, we need like the maximum like frou-frou pink. Ooh, ooh, that's not what we wanted. Make it like a hot pink instead. Yeah, there we go. Something like that, maybe. We'll have to tweak it a little bit, but something maybe like that might be fun. I'm gonna save that for now, and I'm gonna bounce because I said I had to leave on time, and I'm already 4 minutes late. So I need to go for now. But thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed Old Man Story Time. Have a good weekend. Be safe. All that good stuff. I'll see you all back here on Monday. All right. Bye bye.